Alrighty, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone, good whatever. Hopefully you're having a great day. We are doing a, this is a test. It's only a test. Nah. Trying to see if, I can get some bump numbers and other stuff by doing some daytime streams. May adjust other stuff, like the start time of the evening streams and whatnot. Just to try to check a few different things out, but we're testing this on Final Fantasy XIV, and honestly, I can always find content for it here. So, I mean, at least right now, I've not gotten to a point where I haven't. Come back live, jump in the game. Like I said, I can always find content. Like I have go here. I can just look at the achievements list, and I have stuff. 3,000 fates. I got a lot of fates to do. Heal up, res a player. 55 more tank. Warrior. Now that's warrior to get to the 700. Then we have the Dark Knight, which is a little over halfway. Then you got the Gunbreaker, which is a little under halfway. And I got the Paladin, who, yeah, it's at like 300. I'm not a Paladin fan when it comes to the tanks. I also have, Seal Rock. I got these mentors. Gotta get to 2,000. So when it comes to mentors, the mentor system is really an interesting setup. There's a really good player. His name is Wesk. Oh, what is Wesk's name? Now I gotta look up his full. What's his Twitch? He streams on Twitch and creates content on YouTube. Let me find his full name. But he has a really good series that he's been running, weekly video, where he pretty much breaks down a lot of the mentor stuff and discusses it, shows you him running the actual mentors. Stuff I don't want to do on Twitch now. Trying to find Wesk's. Why is it not showing up on my list? Can't see him live, so it's not live. I think it's. It's WESK, and then it's A something. Albert, ALBER. Started picking up his content quite a while back. He's on YouTube, and then, he's on Twitch as well. But, he has a really good thing talking about the mentor system itself. I will not bore people. These are weeklies, so you really can't do these. But those are just the ones I'm watching. That's my watch list. I have my near completion list where I suck. 7 S-ranks. Just to get to 38 S-ranks there. I have, unique ones. These are, probably ones I could probably knock out easy. But see, these are things like, these are achievement level things. Easy. That's actually today, and we'll probably get that here in just a little bit. I hate Fields of Glory. I don't like the redesign of Fields of Glory, which is also known as Shatter. I need 1 win to get this mount. Let me go sit in the gold saucer to see if we can find that. It's like this one, we can't finish that one till the day, till tomorrow. Some of these I kind of sit on. I really need to just finish some of them. And then you always have the recommended list. Here, you can go do this. Here's something that you could do. 200. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But then I also have like all of this. Like I have tons and tons of stuff. So I always have content for 14, at least right now, you know, until those lists like disappear. But right now, I did a couple things. So I did my leveling roulette and my trials. My dailies, when I do them, I got sick of running Sage for everything, so I started mixing in the Might Mage. My dailies only, I just recently added in it, but originally it was just trials, normals, mentor, frontline, alliance. And frontline always depended on what the frontline was. You can always see it here, you just go to the page and you can see what the frontline is going to be. Borderlands is currently being reworked, so I have no clue what they're going to do with that. Seal Rock. Everyone loves to run Seal Rock, and the reason that everyone wants to run Seal Rock is for its coat. So if you do PvP, frontline, and then I go with gear rewards. So Seal Rock has this outfit. You had the Field Commander's helm, you had the Field Commander's boots, you had the Field Commander's glove, the Field Commander's legs, and the thing that everyone wants, the Field Commander's coat. And that is 100 Seal Rock victories. But the grind to a lot of these achievements and a lot of this other stuff is really, it's a real big grind. So, and I really don't, I say this in a lot of my videos, I say this a lot of times when I'm live, I don't achievement grind that much. I'm not a big grinder when it comes to achievements, so, bastards. I hate that setting. But it does make things fun. You know, it does give you something to do. We're doing Alexander, man. Love Alexander. It's so great. I've had this one like so many freaking times. Is this the one where we can just go? Or is this the one where we have to fight? This is Cuff of the Father. This is the third, I think. Here, have a double regen. Yeah, because it kind of varies on when it comes to Alexander. The Alexander raids. These were the first normal raids that were put into roulette. No one does the other ones. So, before that was coils, the coils of Bahamut. So, no one really did coils. Oh, there's this one. Okay, this one's just random crap. So nicely put it in chat. Why is it always this? So when it comes down to it, this was a Heaven's Word raid, but it is the most common raid that people actually did. I honestly like the Pandemonium raids the most. And then I would say probably the Alexander raid. Not the Alexanders. The Omega raids. I really enjoyed the Omega raids. Those were kind of fun. And then I would have the Eden raids and then the Alexander raids. These ones are just, they're grind. In fact, you get them so much that, like, people just get tired of them. Why doesn't this tank have? He's a warrior. Like, he should have MP. He should have a full bar of MP. Okay, person in the Gabi tank, grab the bomb. Or not. Here, I'll just heal everyone. Alexander does have some good music to it. It's probably one of the things with the raid that I may like, that I kind of like a little bit, is the music's actually kind of good. Plus, most of my abilities, I mean, at 60, you actually get to keep a lot of abilities. You don't have the good ones, but yeah, some. Take speed train to that be. Must have something to do with like the bombs or something like that. I never really figured this one out because it was, by the time I joined, it was off content. When I joined Final Fantasy XIV, we were between we were between Shadowbringers waiting for Endwalker to drop. So Endwalker was really the first patch I ever that I ever experienced the full thing for in Final Fantasy 14. So yay! We get Black Mage. I hate how people dump crap on everyone. Now we're gonna go do the thing that drives me the most nuts. Let's see if we can get an actual victory here. So some of the things that people don't understand about, it's funny where I see with PvP, is everyone thinks you just go here and you go to the roulette and you just play it off there, right? Roulette only gives you bonus. So as you can see, you get extra bonuses for running the content. But you can actually run the individual content. So I click here, and you would get these rewards are the only ones you would get just standard. But you can just run it here, and you just run it over and over and over again until you either go nuts or something else. But you can also run standard content. So you can see, like, okay, if I was to run the Lunar Subterrane and I wanted to run it again and again, or, you know, I was doing it for leveling or something like that, and I come down here and I run an 80. See, if I was to run Zot, I would get no rewards for just running Zot over and over again. you could do leveling and randomly get something, but you'd only get the main rewards once, and then if you did, you'd have to do adventure and need to get these other rewards consistently. So like this one here, you get a guild bonus, poetics, and I forgot what those tomes were, but you get those, and then if you're a tank, you get an extra 7,000 a gil. So if you ran it once, you would get the top line and the adventure and need. If you ran it again as a tank, the best you can only get, and I'll show you these later when we hit the mentors, is the extra 7,000. You'll only get whatever the in need is at that point. In fact, in normal raids, it does show here now. So I already got the initial reward for normal raids. And then you have tank raid. So if I was to run normal raids as a tank again, I'd get 1,000, 14,440. 1440, I'd get that every time I ran. So it's kind of like, but I can run it. I can run mentors multiple times. If I don't run it as a tank, then I won't get that extra bonus. I would just be running a mentor. I would just be running a PV frontline. So if you queue for frontline, and I've never actually double checked this, what it actually shows you here on the frontline list, because I don't. If I was to run multiple frontlines, I actually go here to choose it. I'd go here versus do it through here, because that way I guarantee I get an actual reward out of it. But you can always do it. So if you're thinking about doing leveling, make sure you check here, because you will get some reward in it by doing them, but you won't get like max rewards or whatnot. So if I ran, I would get poetics for these. But if I ran, Venspati, I would get, there is in level EXP reward and a little bit of gil reward, but I wouldn't get extra tomes or anything for running Venspati or Kistios, or a telescope even. So these ones are only beneficial for running levels consistently. And then once you hit the dead ends, which is a 90 level, any of the 90, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 levels, those level, you can get extra rewards for it. And I am currently, oh crap, I got it. Not oh crap, I mean, I don't mean oh crap. I mean, I actually hit what I needed. I don't have the weapon. I need a secondary weapon for my bard. But I have enough of these tomes now. Causality. And then you have comedy. So causality, I don't even need these. I won't even be using these anymore after this point. So they'll cap up, and then I just won't use them again. Like my poetics. Like I haven't, unless you're working on something that uses poetics or something like that, you just pretty much cap and then stay there. But what I need actually, so I've been working on getting all of these. So I have all the Mandervillas weapons except for my bard bow. Which is basically the top, I mean, it's a top level of the relic weapon. And then on, these are my crafting stuff, and I've only actually completed the relic for one job so far. So I need a bow. So in order to do the relic, like if you're using on content relic, So I do have these other ones which are off content. I could honestly just use this. I could use the bow. I have it thrown here in my saddlebag. So I could just grab this bow, equip it to my bard, and then do it. So if your character is equipped with the current weapon or whatever it is, I can't actually go and get the new relic without having something. So, but a good way to do it is actually to go into your crafting log and find a weapon that you don't have. And the reason I say this is a good method, because I'll show you here in a second. There's actual achievements for this. If I go down to crafting and gathering, this is carpenter. So if I go down, you have this craft and record 200 unique recipes. You also have, you know, high qualities. There's achievements for doing high quality recipes. That's Skyward. That's Expert. I must have got the 91. Let's see. Yeah, so 81 to 90. But so it's really good to get, if you find, you just go to your list, and find a bow that's not marked completed, or weapon or whatnot. So anything with a check mark is something you've crafted before. Anything without one is something you have not crafted yet. So every time you do one of these, it records it in as something for you to, something that you've, you know, works towards that list of special. There's 3 moose, 4 kumbara, 1 luna tender. So 4 moose, 3 moose. And those items that I just collected there, they're actually like, they're gemstones. And if you do your shared fates for the buy gemstones, and they're all in here. If you max rank each zone, you have to get max rank on all zones first. So you have to get Labyrinthos, Thavnir, Garlemald, Mare, Elpis, and Ultima Thule. If you max rank these, and it's quite a lot of fates that you do in each one of them, which is really good when you're doing leveling, because you max rank these up that way. This will unlock in the main city states the gemstone vendor, who is right here. And then you're able to pick up, like these would be like things that are specific to him, the 2 of them. But all these items here, you can also pick up in the different zones. And you can go to the different zones and pick up so if I went to the bi-color gemstone trader here, here's our trader. These are specific to the Garlemald area, along with the writing map, these items here. I mean, a lot of these are specific to his area, but these items here, these are crafting items, and you can use these instead of going killing a boss and hoping that you get milk to drop, or the Almasti or the Saiga. You know, hoping that they drop what you need. You can come to him and get those. And if you're working on the Fate Zones, you're going to build up the bicolor gemstones anyway. So, and in fact, there's like, there's the weekly of that. You have your weekly challenge log. And if you come down here to Fates, if you do 10 Fates a week, if you're leveling, you get the experience. If you're if you're level 90 like me on everything, you just get the gil out of it. But that's another good way to get what you would need for I mine so much dimethrite. It's like second nature to know where it's at. But then, as you can see here, if I come to this guy's gemstone trader, he has a different list, and these are his 3 that are specific to Lakeland. And if I was to go to Yulmore or to, I can't even think of their hometown, or the Crystarium, I'd also be able to purchase those there because I have my areas maxed out. And I was doing a whole lot of fate grinding when I was, and this is really towards the beginning of Endwalker. I was grinding tons and tons of fates. I was grinding so many fates. At the time, because of just leveling all my characters. Plus, since I didn't start until just before Endwalker and stuff, I was behind on a lot of stuff. I finished MSQ before about a month-ish, or a little over a month and a half before Endwalker started. So, and in a couple months, we will be jumping into Dawn Trail, which kind of blows my mind a little. In fact, it'll be just like a month underneath a 3-year mark for me, I think. So Ansel is one of the 2 that I actually run. I actually kind of enjoy it a little bit. If you get a pretty good team, you can actually do fairly well in it. It does require a lot more points to win. But once you grab a node here, you get the node. You just stay up on the node. And so I always bring up Minimap so I can see where the nodes are appearing at. We're down here in the bottom, and then you have with the twin adders, and then you have the flames on the top right, and the top left is the Now, the poor thing about where are you? What I don't like about PvP currently is it was redesigned. See, I shouldn't have been taken down that quickly. But if you look at my mini-map, the Maelstrom picked up 4 nodes because all of the flames went to, like, all of my team is still over there, which is, you know, Maelstrom's going to get a bunch more nodes due to that. If I look there, I don't see them in there. Oh yeah, see, there's a Maelstrom, but I don't have any teammates to support me there. So I can't go after that A node really. And now the team is just all on the move again because we did pick up that A node. So what we did is we ended up just allowing the red team, which is Maelstrom, to get way up in the lead by not playing correctly. But the Flames are way behind because they've picked up 0 nodes so far. There's a flame over here. So with Onsel, you only have to pick up the node once, and then it's yours and your team's, and you get the points for it. So you don't have to defend nodes or anything like that. You just have to stay alive and collect as many nodes as possible. The higher the ranking node, the more points you get for, you know, getting it. So now that we got it, I mean, but since the Flames got 3 A's, 2 A's, and several C nodes at the beginning, they kind of went up a bunch of points, but now we're catching back up. There's an A, so a lot of my team will go. I know there's 2 A's on the map, so we'll probably split between the two a little bit. But like I was saying, Frontline is extremely unbalanced because when Crystalline Conflict was introduced, they redesigned PvP around Crystalline Conflict instead of Frontline, instead of paying attention to Frontlines. And so we ended up with this highly unbalanced hey, we got 2 A's. We actually pulled in the lead on this one. So we ended up with this highly unbalanced play of PvP. If my team plays correctly, we could actually pull this off. But so it became highly unbalanced, and it became to where you could set up teams. Now you can only queue with up to 4 players in your party, but if you tried, and I've seen it done on streams, where they attempt to get multiple people together and attempt to build a 24-person team of people they all know, in of which you would have very unbalanced. You'd have these very unbalanced setups. Why is blue coming in behind us? Like, they're not going after the nodes. Oh my gosh, they just gave away nodes to red team. That's the other thing there, is that oh, there's an estimate in the middle. I don't like fighting in the middle. Middle's very unbalanced. Because you have groups like the, you have people like machinists where they just drop their rook and they can just control a node. You know, you get like 4 machinists and summoners and whatnot, just dropping things on there, and it remains very unbalanced. Where I think that some of these things stay on field too long, but all the jobs are based and designed around is anyone from my team going to actually go to that node? No. What is my team doing? Okay, what the hell? I swear blue is a bunch of idiots. Like, blue does not understand how this game works. They've allowed the red team to consistently get ahead just by only attacking our team. Which Maelstrom's in the lead again. But, so, the goal is to take over the nodes, but all the PvP jobs and whatnot were designed around Crystalline Conflict, but Crystalline Conflict is only highly popular by certain people at the beginning of a series, and once that series is done, all interest is lost in there for the most part, unless you're like going after CC achievements or something like that. But Frontline is the consistent, because you, if you are leveling, you will get approximately half a level a day by running just your Frontline roulette. There we go, that'll put us back in the lead. So by running your Frontline roulette, you can gain half a level. Doing leveling roulette is approximately 1 level, so kind of you got to do your math by knowing which roulettes to do. Oh, he ran away. I LB'd. He ran away. I haven't had the opportunity to LB this whole round up until then. Because nobody's been fighting with us. But see, they have that node right there, and the Flames should have gone after it, but most of their team did not. But if you can figure out position... Yeah, there's too many on top of it. You can sometimes get a position to where you can actually work the node and actually be able to get it even with a whole bunch of what? Oh crap. Make that monk a bit. So some of these they provided with like really unbalanced abilities. And I think that's the other big issue with PvP in Final Fantasy IV right now. In Final Fantasy right now is that they didn't balance the jobs properly. They gave tank abilities, but in PvP, you don't need tank abilities. Okay. Oh, there's a red node up there. That's why. There's an A node up on that thing. But see, blue is not fighting red, who's in the lead, because they gave it to them. We're down at a certain point in the game where we're just consistently going to just get A's and A's and S's and over and over again until someone wins. But since blue is not attacking red, this match is pretty much over now. We had a chance. Red would have to lose a lot more players and not get any more nodes. That's the only way for them to lose this now, because they're at just barely under the 1400 needed. They need 30 more points. They would lose 8 points per K, and then but if they get a node, they'll consistently gain points. So because they got an S, and now the Flames are back in it somehow. Wow, they totally came back and actually won that. I did terrible. But so you'd align your jobs. I don't know how they did that. That's just weird. Rods. But yeah, that's how unbalanced it can be. If blue had consistently fought red, I believe that it could have gone different. But they didn't consistently fight red. So we ended up with a very unbalanced fight. So, and that's kind of one of my things with PvP is it's just, it's very unbalanced. And most people don't understand the actual combat rules of PvP, so they don't really I gotta save the alchemist. So when they're in their so when they're actually in the fight, they really don't understand what's going on. I've spent a little time studying it. I've watched people, you know, I've learned, I studied it a little bit, learned the fights and how to win or not win. So, you know, but the unbalanced nature of the current job structure and how it's set up, because they wanted more people to play Crystalline Conflict instead of Crystalline Conflict versus you know, front lines and whatnot. They unbalanced PvP in and of itself. So, I mean, it happens in many games where you focus on one aspect or another over another. I've never really played any other MMO, so I can't say, okay, in this MMO, you know, they did the same thing. I've heard stories of them doing similar things, but you know, where similar situations have occurred. Where you end up with unbalanced, where you try to get one thing over another thing, and it becomes totally unbalanced because of that. One other thing, like if you're not aware of it, but while you're crafting, you can actually, like, I can run quicksynth if I don't care. I'll get a high quality out of the final product anyway. But if you craft high qualities, you can actually get, there are achievements for crafting high quality. But when I go to make this, I'll get high quality anyway. Just because of the way my crafters are set up. But there's an achievement for Skyward. Fortune. Let's see if it's in here. Stills. Sanctuary. No, I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in here. Illustration. No, it's not there. But I don't know where it is. But there's actually an achievement for crafting high qualities. Or go and get this relic. It's right once a healer. This will be my last relic. And don't look at my don't look at my crossbars. They look terrible because I've never set up the bard ones. Not a fan of bard. I do have them set up on the can't do that. I do have my bars set up for KBM, but not for controller. The last one. Oh boy! Labyrinth of the Ancients. This is now World of Darkness. Or one of the current raids, I think. If you got one of the current raids, I don't. Like, I know my kit, but I'm not good with my kit. And I totally mess it up. Two dancers, samurai, black mage, and so on. Americans should know what they're doing. So I ran so much content on my alt. Why is the other healer dead? Why are you dead? Why am I dead? I hate it when in the very first one right there, where if they don't set up the adds correctly, you guys, everybody ends up dead because there's just it's just chaos. And that's really on the tanks. I mean, we have 4 white mages in here. And only... I don't know how many of the others are casting holy, but... Holy heck, people. Which is really, this is original Alliance raid content, and there's so many people that like either just shrug it off and don't really care, or I even had last night, I had really good one where we actually did the dragon here in the middle, and we didn't have issues with it. Like, we were just so in sync as an alliance group. Well, no, we weren't that in sync because part 2, we like totally messed up because someone pulled early and like screwed over like a bunch of the other alliances because of it. Because if in the second part against the Atmoses, if you pull early, and this is just, it's not, I don't ever fault anyone for this setup. It's just the easier setup in these, where they were breaking everyone off into individual party groups for stuff. And anywhere where you get that, if you don't get it correctly configured, and so their easy method in the early stuff was just to crap. Well, thank you for interrupting that. Was just easy code. That's what I'd call it. Easy coding option would have been to any player, if player not in area, move to this area. Makes the coding option really easy at that point. So up here you have the 3 zones. You have A, B, C. And so what you need, and so the code actually is, if player is not past that point, they're put into this far left one. And that's the code. Simple code. Someone started. You gotta have 4 people on pad. They went into the C. So if you look up on my map here, if you notice, one of my party members right here went into the C zone, but he passed this zone point here. And since he was past this zone point here, he didn't get put there. But if you look here, they've got a ton of people over there because of oh no, they've only got. So basically, it says anyone who's not past zone point will be placed here once area is sealed off. Is the way that the code works. So we had last night someone pulled in this early. So in the far left one, there were about 3 to 4 extra. There were 3 to 4 extras in our. We only had 4 people in our zone. And so we barely, in our zone and in the far right zone, which is standardly C, so we actually barely made it through this mechanic here because of the fact that we didn't have enough people. We barely had enough people to do the mechanic correctly on both sides. This one is kind of funny because everyone knows, like, unless you're doing this for the first time, and there's a few people who, you know, don't screw it up. So the first group, party A, see, he doesn't have that buff, and they're a freaking mentor. You should know that. So unless you have the buff on, and it's a specified buff that gets placed, so I'll have it here in a second. As you can see, I have this ghostly debuff, astral realignment. At that point, as long as you have the astral realignment buff on, you can attack Thanos' toes. If you do not have the astral realignment buff, you can't. Well, you can attack him, it just does no damage. And so, he's invulnerable unless you have that buff. But there's still, like, people, I mean, there was a mentor hitting Thanatos without the buff on. And it's like, okay, you should know better. You're a mentor. You're, in fact, battle mentor at that point. And so you should know better, and you should understand that you can't hit Thanos' toes at that point. So you should be able to stand. That's if someone does not pull early. So if you're party B, Alliance B, your guy is way over here in the back. And so, yeah, your team has to get as close as they can to set up on him. And get spread out. And I do have to say, they didn't, like, do a terrible job with these early ones. I mean, I know a lot of people rag on the early ones. I think we just get them so much because it's actual required content to clear ARR. To do this whole set. I say screw that point. So, but then there was a point, and they actually changed it in the settings, where people would lower their eye level on their gear so that they would get this instead of having to do any of the other alliance raids. And they changed it so that you're required to meet a minimum item level in order to do these raids. Res, because it's a disadvantage to them coming up. I guess I'll give it to him. Fleur did not get raised time. Yeah, see, they would have got the damage down marker, or not the damage down, but they get a debuff that lowers their damage if they're if you have, and it's 2 minutes time where you lose damage for that specific, for your job. I mean, it's a 2-minute timer, so it's not all, depending on where we're at in the fight, would depend on if I wanted to raise or not. This guy is like, if you do him right, you can get him. You can only have to do his mechanic once. If you get enough damage in the first half. A vacuum slash. This right here. Ancient Flare. Oh good, the other healer grabbed him. If you can get your damage in properly, you only have to do that Ancient Flare mechanic once. But it is really... you've got to get... There's a lot of things that have to kind of line up to get it just one time. I've seen it a couple times. Not often. Where you didn't have to do the second round. The second portion of it here. A lot of it aligns with your LB. If you can get damage in correctly and get your LB, at least LB1, that's how you can get to the leave. That's how you can get it so you only do it once. Like I said, it's very rare. Bird. Oh yeah. So I mean, I see it as very rare. I've seen it, like I said, I've seen it a few times, but it's so rare. You could just skip this, but it's the last weapon. I've watched this 19 times. Crits. Dead. And this is the 19th one. I have no more of the current relic set to go through. Which is pretty good because, man, doing... I mean, it was just tomes, so it wasn't, like, terrible in the grind. But when you have... Let's see, calculator here. So we got 19 jobs. There's 1,500 per. It's not divided by. So each step required 28,500 to get all 19 of them. And there were 4 steps. And it's 1,500 tomes per step. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So times 4. So it took 114,000 tomes of, and it wasn't causality the whole time. So it wasn't these, because these kind of rotate and rotate around. So it wasn't total of this. It was just the tomes that we were using at the time. It took that many of them. Iron chest. This bow. And so it just took that many each time. So it took that many total, 114,000. And so a lot of people complain, oh, you gotta just do tomes. It's easy to get tomes if you're consistently doing them. Because if you go here, Duty Finder, I mean, there's 60, there's 100, that's 160, plus another 120, it's 280. I forgot what leveling was. I forgot what those ones were. 280, it's 380. I know Alliance Raid was like, it's like 120. So it's like 500. I mean, 530 plus whatever you get there. You can end up with a decent amount of tomes. Fairly easy. And fairly quickly. So it's not like it's like complicated. I mean, a lot of people complain about it. Oh, it's just tomes. It's just this. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't hard. I think that they just liked having, because we went 2 field instances back to back. So I don't know why. And so I think it was more just something to complain about, you know, game-wise. Oh, the game is not, you know, catering to me as a player because I want a filled instance. And we got back-to-back filled instances, so it's not like they weren't giving us filled instances. 217. So it wasn't like they weren't giving us. I mean, we got a whole ton of content. But instead of getting filled instances this time, we got Island Sanctuary, and everyone complained, "Oh, Island Sanctuary about Island Sanctuary." I mean, I don't think there's. I mean, and I wouldn't say everyone complained. I don't think there's any way for the devs and whatnot to set up the game to set it up so that you can appease the player base. Because you got people like me who are, you know, like, I have tons of content. I have plenty of things to do. 97. You know, and then you've got other people who are like, I need, you know, constant filled. I need something like this. I need something like that. And when they give the player base that, then the player base complains. You know, and when you take it away from them, it'll be a dungeon or guild heist. High possibility dungeon. But when you take that away from the players, then they complain about it. I mean, unless you have every achievement in the game, you have, and that's beating everything pretty much. There's still tons of things to do. But I think people just kind of look at content as certain things. Okay. Let's get my tank. He's level 80, Dark Knight. At least 80. And the samurai is definitely new to this. I got slapped. So, I think if you are complaining about content, you're not looking hard enough for something to do. Is there a reason that you're... What a funky way of grouping everyone. Because I know plenty of people that are able to find content. I can find content. But I mean, if you've been playing for years, I know people that have been playing for years that still don't have tons of the achievements. You know, so then it's like, okay, is there content to be done? Yes. But I know there's still high-end raiders that come in day to day and play this. I hate the redesign of this dungeon. I mean, it was done so that you could do this on a trust. You could do this with trusts. And so that the NPCs in trust, which aren't that smart, could actually do the content. Poorly designed AI. I think there's ways that you could probably program the NPCs better for trust, and then also for I forgot what the other one's called. Duty support. I think there's a better way that you could do them. That you could, and I'm not a programmer. I dabble in it. I mean, I'm not a video game programmer. I know there's an extent to where you could actually just set things up on various levels. Especially like, and some things it's, do you really want to go back to older content and redesign around, you know, fix things? Or is it easier just to just continue on with the status quo? And I mean, developers do have, I mean, and it's a cost thing. There is a cost to fixing things or re-upping things, and you've got to pick and choose your cost. The 14 dev team have decided to focus on graphics updating instead of redesigning certain other pieces, which, you know, is their choice. The graphics update did kind of need. Honestly, don't think it's bad, but we're playing off PlayStation 4, 3, I think PlayStation 3 graphics design. And I mean, that's not like super ideal. So, the graphics update is something that did need. And I mean, it's with the X pack. But there's some things I think they could have fixed between the packs. I don't think they focus enough on, I mean, there were plenty of things that they could have focused on completing before the X pack came out. That could have oh, that's the new guy. Never mind. I can't charge. But things they could have focused on instead of that. I mean, a lot of the second half of a lot of this part here, they did focus on changing up these fights so that you could run them with a trust. Which honestly, like, you would have had to know the story plot on some things. But oh, he just wasted salted earth. You should know better. He's not even a sprout. Which, you know, kind of, it lends to the solo play. And I can say for my alt, it was really great because my alt is on Dynamis. And there's a lack of players there. You know, so the trust setup actually worked extremely well there. And there were minor adjustments they did here and there. I think, but I think that the patch series of this go around suffered a little bit because of the fact that a lot of the creative team was taken and put on Final Fantasy 16 for a while. And so there were things that they were limited in which they could implement and put on in the game. So so it did limit what they could do. And that was a Square Enix call. You know, and they'll throw fault to them and stuff like that. But I think that this, I mean, I think they could have prepared better for Dawn Trail and put in other things in place. Dude, there's a multi-hit stack. It even showed it. That's why Yuri Anjay keeps taking my spot whenever I'm a DPS. I didn't get him. It's not a mechanic I can heal. I could go through. Nice. These guys are going to use. you're in good shape anyway. Here's our new guide. Anything interesting in there? Nope. But so I feel like that my personal opinion is there was a lack of focus on this patch set, all these patches. I mean, they did design some really good fights. They did. There was some really good things designed in it, but there were a lot of things that I think suffered because of the fact that they had them because their focus was not 100% on Final Fantasy XIV. So I think that if oh, so here I can show you. So here I go back down to Mentor. So I would get an extra 7,000 for being in need. It would show up here. Yeah, you can't actually see that because I have my chat hidden. But it actually show up on your chat and say, okay, you got for being an adventurer in need, you get this extra bonus. Well, you know, what happens when your bonus is passed? You know, and so you'd get the base XP, you'd get whatever base skill or whatnot. It's in the fight. I'm gonna be doing like tons of dungeons if I stay on healer. I think I will switch jobs after this one. And we'll get these in. We'll get these going that way. Yeah, when I'm normally playing, I only get like maybe 5 in. When I start working on them. All the way. No? Okay. I have clemency at this level. Bard and a black mage. Her damage should be really decent. I mean, black mage puts out a lot of damage. Always has. The I like white mage's AoE. fully because it does a stun, but it can also be a drawback because you only get a certain number of stuns. So your first stun's like 10 seconds, and then it cuts it in half, and then it cuts it in half, and then you can't stun anymore after that. Is there a sprout? We do not have a sprout in this. Something. Probably one of those crossing drones. Giga chat move. Not only can I get the Mecha 2 out, I can dodge the... I can get it in time to dodge everything. Alright, let's see how this tank handles this next one. This one's an interesting... oh, I see. The Bard is leveling, because they're not synced yet. So they're leveling a job, more than likely. And the Bard was not a Sprout, so... In fact, they're Mandervillas, which means they've completed level 90 on at least one job. Because that is the one for completing the current Manderville. It's been really well. I didn't draw the bugs. There they are. So, depending on, and I put it depending on the tank, how they feel about this. You can actually pull all three of those, that pack set, all the way up through here. And you pull them around here, and you come up on these guys. And you group them here with these guys. And you can do that as a pull. I ran this like so many times as a tank that I have it like, I know exactly how my pulls, like how I would do my pulls. Because it, I mean, yeah, you have the other people doing their pulls and their stuff, but depending on the tank is how, like, definitely how I define it. And it kind of depends on your healer too. If your healer can handle the pull or not. And at that point, it's just personal. Yeah, that's up to the healer. Like I said, when I had like the 60 Alexander stuff, I have most of my kit by this point. So it's not a kit issue at this point. There still was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that I don't really have yet. I hate it when tanks just stand there and don't do crap. Let's all stand in front of the boss. No, we're gonna hit it. You know, but that drives me nuts, especially in alliance raids. If we're not waiting on cutscenes and tanks just walk in there and sit there and stare at a boss, I will pull it. I will pull it as a dancer. I will pull it as a healer. I will pull it. It doesn't matter what the job is. I will pull it. Because at that point, we shouldn't just be standing there staring at a boss. You should be, trying to get through your content as quickly as possible. I think that should be your focus. If you're not waiting on a cutscene or something like that, then you don't need to let's see, he's like almost dead. Then you can just go ahead. In fact, even in alliance raids, I figured out exactly how to pay attention. It depends on the alliance raid, but you can actually know who's in cutscene and who's not. And it only occurs at the beginning of a fight and at the end of a fight. End of an alliance raid. This guy could have kept going. Honestly. I can take this pull. This pull's not bad. I had a really good one where they actually did. They just went straight through. Because you group up both of these guys again. And you can set up for this one. And you can get set up on this pole. But I've spent time like memorizing. Like I don't remember every dungeon, every trial, every fight, because it's a long list. And if you were to do it for each and every job, it's even more complicated. But I mean, when you're running a poll or whatnot, it doesn't matter which tank I'm on. I usually run them the same. Yeah, we had no one in cutscene this time, so just go straight in. None of these are new to this. This guy's really weird as a boss. They didn't actually have to change him. Alright, let's see if they do it quick. Okay. Get your butt out of there, you idiot. We're gonna do a rescue. I'm gonna rescue them because they stood in the drop point. I don't have rescue for another 95 cents, but it was totally worth it. Like, I can't believe they, like, stood there. The center should be clean. Oh, you're targeting me, huh? If they'd LB, then we would have got through that sooner. I'm gonna give it to the Black Mage. All right. Ugh. So that was, I think it was 3. Was that just 2? I can tell. My list here. That was 2. We started at 420. And now we're up to 422. So we'll do this one, which will be another dungeon, because, well, that's my luck. When I'm on healer, that's my luck. I just do dungeons. I actually had a really good tank last night. Or actually was like, can I pull big? I'm like, you can, but we all have very, I got a very limited kit, but you know, use your best judgment. Because as you can see, I have 2 individual heals, 1 group heal, and 2 attacks. That's all I have. And at this point, also, most jobs also don't have their AoEs yet. So, tanks do, because that's just for crowd control. If you want to actually speed up this point, you have 1 player go up there while everyone else is focusing on the enemies. And so then they go up, grab the key. We all got muted. The only person that affected it was me. Because we have a Dragoon. and a bard. You can't have your tank do it because the interaction bars and stuff. But you can also, at that point, so you have someone go grab the key, like one of your DPS or your healers, and then you have someone else, and it kind of depends on your tank and your team and comp and whatnot, but you can actually grab that last set and take them into the boss, and just get them all down at the same time, similar time. But I don't think we have AoE at this point. The Dragoon is not. Whoa, the Dragoon needs like 2 levels to catch up. And see, the trick is a really good tank will know that you have limited, and not most people know their, other jobs, so they won't know, how limited certain things are at this point. You just need to know that things are limited. I don't think anyone wants any boxes. You just need to know that most of your healers, their kit is down to a couple heals, couple attacks, just a couple little things. See, I wish I had a regen at this point. Regen's like the best thing. The only healer at this point that has it like really good is freaking well, Sage, because they'll have Sage will have at least their I forgot what it's called, but they can put their thing on the tank where it basically is a regen on the tank whenever we attack. Or you have the Scholar, who has the fairy, and with the fairy, Celine will just sit there and do most of this healing that's required here for you. But White Mage and Astro do not have those benefits. So, but it's knowing the different jobs and knowing, what their limits are, that as a tank, what can you do? How much can you pull? And then it also comes down to the individuals. How good of a healer do you have? How good at X job is this person? Whereas like with me, with White Mage, I'm a decent White Mage. I'm a decent healer. I honestly prefer combat classes, tanks and DPS. And the reason why is I just like hitting things. Um, and it's not all of them. There are jobs that I do not like. There are jobs that I think are fairly good. Clear bubble needs to go down. Why is he not targeting the clear bubble? There we go. Sooner that out. But I mean, it's learning. A lot of times when you're leveling, you can learn it. You can learn little attributes of jobs here and there. There's videos that'll kind of help explain them to you, or it's, you know, it's just learning the different pieces to them. I learned the tanks by actually running all my tanks up to 300. I think it's 300. But getting both of the tank mounts for each class. That's how I learned my tanking and learning all of it. So I have all 8 tank mounts. And since we're not getting another tank class in Dawn Trail, ooh, good job. Go tank. I'll focus on curing you. That was good. That's a good move. Pulling those two together. They hadn't been doing pulls like that this whole time, so. But when I got all 8, by getting all 8 mounts, you know, you really kind of learn those jobs, and you learn to do them quite a bit. So, but I mean, I haven't ran across any poor ones. I did have one last night. I rarely get poor mentors. We had one last night where we were doing Good King Mog Extreme. And for an ARR Extreme, it is one of the more difficult ones. Because... yeah, almost had it, buddy. You almost had it. Don't stand in that. That was actually pretty almost good. They almost got the Bard backflip in time. And but so we had them continually, and we had a tank continually messing up. We stay next to this one standard. No, don't do that, Bard. I know you're new to this one, but buddy, be nice to me. Okay. We should be good to the end. But they would continually mess up, and we would sit there and chat, and tell them exactly how to run you know, okay, hey, this is a harder fight. This is how we need to do it. These are the steps. These, you know, and we'd go that way. And they would continually do it wrong. Okay. And it really frustrated everyone because you have 7 people and there were only 2 mentors in it, which was really surprising, first off. But you had 7 people that were attempting to do it correctly. You know, you had 5 people that were trying to listen and learn the fight. And you had 2 people, you know, I mean, I got sick of trying to explain stuff. We eventually were able to get a vote abandoned in because, like, this tank kept continually pulling. And the thing with the game is, if you are in combat, you can't vote dismiss, you can't vote, you can't get rid of someone. You can't abandon a fight, you can't do any of that stuff. So they would wait until we started going. And then they would, you know, once the initial broke, they would just go straight into the fight. And they would keep doing it. And eventually we did get a vote abandoned in after like multiple failures, and because they would get us down to enrage every time. I'm telling you, good King Mog's enrage. We got it down to 1%. We almost actually had it. And we actually had a point where we were working to just kind of keep them on the ground. And someone actually accidentally rezzed them, so it wasn't one of the healers, and we could have actually cleared it, but we ended up not, you know, we got close. I mean, that was with echo of like 25%. 136, okay. But it was terrible. And I mean, sometimes you get mentors like that, where, you know, especially if you're grabbing a raid, you know, in a multi-person content type. Let's change jobs to... Oh, let's go dance. Where you're in a where you're dealing with multiple people, and honestly, in those situations, you do need to be respectful of the other players and their time, especially if you're in a content piece like that. I think I've had a couple where I just left because people weren't paying attention, they weren't listening. A lot of time it's an AR Extreme, level 50, and they're designed different. This is either a Guildehest or a dungeon. This is a Guildehest. See, look, I changed jobs and I get Guildehest now. But as Dancer at this low level, I can AoE. So it's a benefit to me. I have aggro on like half of almost all the enemies out there because I could AoE. Alright, if this is a good tank, they'll take to the spot, and when the fire main comes up, we'll be able to just grab him. We'll be able to get the fire sprite. We'll be able to get this real quick and easy. So the tank, you never want the tank to be the one lighting the herb patch. I mean, they can, but it's a little more difficult at that point. because you have to time it correctly that you don't get hit by the turtle. Because if you have a cast bar up and you get a specific attack against you, your is either a trial or a normal raid. But if you're trying to do that, like the patch there, and you get hit as a tank, it interrupts it, so it's better for one of the other jobs to do it, honestly. Rarely do you want a tank to do that. There's another one that was terrible. It was a... we just had multiple failures on it. Eventually, we had people just start leaving. It was a Rathalos Extreme, the Great Hunt Extreme. I forgot what it was called, but that one Extreme, you've really got to be on your game for a lot of it. And we weren't even getting to the second half of that fight while we were doing it, because we were so uncoordinated. Like, everyone was just kind of just running around doing their own thing, and I was the healer, and I couldn't heal people because in the first half I can heal, in the second half I cannot. Oh, this is Horror Leader. Okay, this one's only hard. This is Leviathan hard. It's a hard Leviathan. I like hard over the EX. This one you actually gotta, on the extreme, it does take a lot of coordination to do. So on the normal, on hard mode, you just got to start paying attention. It's when you... hard is when you start paying attention to stuff. This is when you get introduced to a lot of the different mechanics. Ooh, healer down. Come on, buddy, get the res. And other healers start healing people because we're losing health fast. One of the things you've got to pay attention to in the extreme is what you're attacking, head or tail. Because in extreme, head only takes magic damage, tail takes physical damage. And so you got to pay attention to those. And you also have to have one tank assigned to head and one tank assigned to tail. Because both attack. Which you'd think would be like counter. And then the other thing is you have the railings. You lose railings in the extreme. Oh, it's too bad. So, I mean, in that fight, you know, between the two, you got to kind of pay attention to the different things going on. Oh, that was good. Oh, yeah. It's 2 of these. It's the 3rd. Yeah, this would be the 3rd one for Dancer. So we did a Guildehest, and then we did the trial. Trials go fast. I like it when I get trials. I mean, we took a lot of time when we consistently were running. We had those 3 dungeons over and over again, so. The thing with mentors is since you're randomly assigned to assist a party, and it could be in progress or anything like that, you could have it pop up like this, and it'd be a trial or raid, and then if someone doesn't click OK, and, check in, you could have the next one pop up, and it could be a guild or dungeon. It's completely random on what you get assigned into. And it's not always consistent, so it's not always, okay, I have this trial group here, then trial group here. Oh, now we're in the extreme. And I was just talking about this. I was going to say, if this was a lot of the same people, I would just freak out. Well, they would have had to done story pieces. How many mentors do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4 mentors and 4 sprouts. So it's pretty even. We should be able to take care of this. Both our... Oh boy. Both our healers are sprouts. Level 70, okay, that's not bad. And level 60, that's not bad either. They should know how to do this one then, possibly. Let's see what they do. Looks like... At least one of the tanks are a sprout, and the other one is a mentor, so we should be pretty good on this. We did have one tank, one of the mentors Dorito themselves. Basically, Doritoing is setting yourself as, target to watch. So this guy was in the last one. Like, he wasn't a big threat. But now he drops this pool here, which casts slow. In fact, you can see on Quarry Bear that they got kind of gives you like a hysteria type effect. And honestly, for the longest time, I did not do any of these fights synced. Because I kept doing them unsynced, so I never really learned these fights until as a mentor. He should do a back and forth, and then bring that up. Get everyone up. Okay, now that's, as I said, like, the railings go away. Okay. So you want to be in the right spot. There's our dead body that went over, so... We're actually running pretty good. it's not really that, we're not doing that bad. One of the bad things is one of the tanks get a debuff, and if the healer heals that tank, then they will they get a debuff that limits their healing capabilities. Limits their range of healing. See, and the thing is with this is most of the time, if you're doing regular roulettes, you will not get this one. You won't get any extremes. These kind of slow you down. There we go. If you do this unsynced, you can actually get through that pretty quickly. You don't actually have to do that part. We're doing really well on the first run. So we might be able to get through this in a single run. Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? Oh, I didn't get it in time. Damn, I'm too slow. It's just too slow. Just barely. I needed another half second on that. We did pick up Echo. After the first wipe, you will... after the first wipe, you get a 5%, and then there's a second wipe where you get nothing, and then the third wipe, you'll get... It's usually every 2 to 3 wipes where you get... you'll get a buff. And at 50%, well, he brings up the gyro streams, and at 50% he'll go down into his first run. He won't take damage past the 50% point. Okay, we're up in time this time. So I always stand in a spot close enough to not. So you can see at least 2 of his 2 spout points. We're doing pretty good against him. I'm very impressed by this one. I've seen much worse. Especially when it comes to the bubbles. Got through the bubbles really good. Both times, and that's probably one of the bonuses there, is we got really good through the bubbles. Our 5% damage boost is kind of helping us as well. So he's got an invuln. We gotta watch and see. Oh no! Oh good. Survived. I just have 2 minutes of water resistance. if I get wet. We get wet. I get damage. I take more damage. Oh, that's gonna get put right in front of the tail. That's not a good spot for that. It's a good thing we have quite a few ranged DPS. And there he goes! Red mage. So what was in the loot? Oh, not bad loot. No mount drop, but not a bad loot set. 6 months. Okay. Well, let's change jobs again. Let's go tank this time. See how the tank. What do we look? Alliance, trials, leveling. Just about anything on tank right now. But I mean, that was a really good run. So, like, you'll have really good ones like that, where, you know, 1 to 2 polls and you'll be fine. Or you'll have ones where you go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 polls. That's the only thing that we need. Feelings. Oh, crafting units. This is... Don't get blown up. Oh, I have one. Hope I made it sleep. That's not nice. Stay out of the bombs. Is this one. 2 mentors in here. And our summoner is a sprout. Okay, so purple areas will be enemies spawning into them. Start at the top, go down. And the objective is now to destroy the bomb queen without getting blown up in the process. Now it's just survive. The whole field is going to go kaboom. There we go. Now we just need to survive again. Yeah. Guildehest always do that. Oh, I got a bonus for completing. This is the first time I ever did that as a warrior. I've done a bunch of Guildehest and everything too. I think we're just a couple minutes from what is this one? Leap of Faith, so no, it's a 1240. I must have missed the one. So set up my house. We'll leave the troubled land. Oh, that was 1 as a warrior. There's 2. It's either a Guildehest again or a dungeon. Ooh, this one. No first timers. Drowned City of Scala. This is a MSQ dungeon. That actually did get a rework. And I don't like the rework on this one either. I mean, it's not like I'm opposed to it, but what's your butts over here? It was a decent rework. Not like a really good one, but they've had better ones. Accessibility. pretty. I can remember that run being straightforward like that. I've had as mentors dungeons where we end up with 2 mentors in it. It's kind of rare. So the standard for a mentor to get into for when you're put into a group is the standard requirement, base requirement is 1 returner or 1 sprout member. You can sometimes be put into ones where it's an initial clear as well. And I've also had ones where just everybody, you know, is just they'd been in queue for a while, so they just needed a, you know, you needed whatever your job was at the time. But I mean, standardly, you'll either have a sprout or a returner in your group. Returner is defined as anyone who's been away from the game for a certain set of time. If I was to go on one of my alts, I've actually been a returner. In fact, when I started back on Rara, he was actually set up as a returner. And not as a, he did have kind of the sprout settings, because I hadn't hit certain points yet. I'm gonna go for another hit. Just pull these guys up into this next group. Use that. This healer's been doing really good. I rate healers based off the amount of mitts I have to use as a tank. When I'm tanking, basically how many mitts do I actually have to use? If I can get through with the least amount of mitts possible, then I got a good healer. If I am mitting my butt off, I don't have a good healer. You know, and that's kind of how I can tell how good a healer is. And when I was doing the Endwalker extremes quite a bit, when we had our healers in our group, I could always tell there who was a good healer as well. And it was really like, how much mitt did I have to use? The less mid I have to use, okay, now we drop. The least amount of mitts, if I could take a tank buster in an extreme and barely mid it, like using 1 to 2 mitts, I knew I had a really good healer because I could... Oh, come on, you jerk. And I often ran with similar healers every time, so I knew, you know, how I could mid, or, you know, what I needed to mid, what I didn't, what kind of prep work they would do pre, what my co-tank, I was usually running with same co-tank most all the time. And it was, okay, how are they going to respond to this as well? You know, what do I have to put here? What do I have to put there? And learning those when you're with a consistent group running stuff. I mean, there'd be 3 to 4 of us consistently most of the time. Once you learn like how someone's going to respond in a situation, it really helps, you know, just in general. But when I'm doing like mentors and stuff where I'm always without, you know, not knowing who the other people are, I got to consistently learn, and, you know, you got to pay attention. I got to, and I had like really good healers. I've had really good healers that, you know, can take, when I start running a big pull where I know I can pull really, really big, and then, you know, how well do they react to it type thing. And those kind of things are actually pretty cool. Where you can take a group, like in the Leviathan Extreme, we were 8, you know, people that did not know each other, didn't know how each one was going to react to the same situation, and we cleared it in 2 pulls. So, I mean, that goes to say a lot for... And I mean, half of us were mentors, so half of us did know the actual fight, which is also helpful, you know, when you have a decent amount of a group actually knowing the fight. It does help improve your odds. You know, doing something really quickly, or, you know, actually doing something super slow. Most dungeons should take you between 10, I'd say 10 to 20 minutes on a dungeon. It kind of depends. Someone needs a second, so I'll just wait at the door. So it'll, you know, kind of depends. You know, I would say anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes on a dungeon. Is a good amount of time. Yeah, and it all honestly depends on the dungeon. Okay, that's a swing, isn't it? Oh no, it's a backwards. Okay. Get in the donut. Don't look at his eyeball. We get confused like the Reaper. Okay, where are you gonna put that? I swear I fought this guy in Palace of the Dead. I think he's level 60's boss? He's actually way easy to get in Palace of the Dead. Just takes time. Goes forward and goes back. It's a forward strike. It's weird. Let's see if we got anything out of there. Nope. I just got this from my chat. That's super weird. So is that the third one? It should be at 9. 3 healers. There. That was only the second one. Okay. We did 3 dancer, 3 healer. We're on 3 tank. And then probably after whatever this is, depending on if it's fast or not, I'll take my break, my normal halfway point break. Oh, this one. Oh my god, I hate this one. At least it's not the one where you have to take them all out at the same time. So if you have your tank sense on, you'll always get highest aggro. But then the next one to get aggro is the healer, because they're healing. If they're, depending on how much healing they're doing. If you run around like a maniac, I can't grab aggro. Give it away there. That one was a quick one, so I guess we'll go back to heals. We'll probably get a nice dungeon. Because why not? Go back on healer. least I have most of my abilities. And that's a bonus for me. Just like in with White Mage, once you hit 60 and up content, you do get quite a bit of your capabilities back. I don't have all my good capabilities, but I have most of them, so I'm not overly worried here. Just remembering where, so different, even though they're both healers, they're both set up different for some of the buttons. And so I have to often stop and remember which button is where. But Cardia, can't think of the name. For healers, Cardia is, you know, on Sage, Cardia is king. Because Sage wants to do damage. But the Sage cannot stun its enemies. So it's like you can have it's like having the option, okay, do you want to, you know, destroy multiple enemies at the same time, or would you rather have a stun? And not all of the healers have a stun, so it all is variable. But I mean, I can put shields on everybody. You know, it's, would you like a stun and heal people regularly, or would you like to drop some shields on it? So, I mean, it's, you gotta pick as a healer, like, what you want to be able to do. Because Scholars and Sages have shields. And then Astros and White Mages have stronger heals. And so, honestly, it comes down to content. It comes down to quite a few things where you just, you know, what kind of damage or mitigation do you want to be able to perform? For your team. Stealing aggro from the tank. Stop running. There we go. Didn't require aggro properly. Oh crap. I don't have any. I burned up my heals on that run because I took aggro. Like if he had been monitoring and saw that he had lost aggro, he could have turned around and grabbed it again. But the tank wasn't quite watching it that well. This pull's always interesting. Because not only do you have these guys doing their AoE things, but you also have cannons shooting at us. Tapped on accident. The boss's first move is always, let me show you what I will do to you. Everything after that point is let me do it to you. Stretch it, stretch it, stretch it, stretch it. Ugh, you got 5 stacks, man. Samurai does it correctly. Yes, they do. Samurai got it. Black Mage didn't go far enough was the issue. Oh no, crap. I didn't want those. Nobody's taking anything. See how comfortable this tank is. Take everything. What'd you do? beating on. Not too bad though. In with the coffin arms. Yep, looking for certain loot. See, this is one you can big pull. You can pull it down to the other guy, depending on the tank. I don't think most tanks... A lot of tanks I've found don't always know you can do that with them. They'll just stay here and get these two down. And then go on to the next one. Ugh, excuse me. Seems to be a common theme in my streams recently. How big can Chaos yawn? Should try to sleep him. See if I could have interrupted him. It's too slow. I'm a fast cast. That bar goes up too fast. If it was slower, I could probably try. Alright. This one you have to watch her cast bar. Because she does force march. But you gotta watch the cast bar to know which way you're gonna march. Whether it's backwards or forward. Morbid advance. So I want to be like here. So we're gonna go forward. And we want to be able to avoid the puddles. This one's backwards this time. Nope, going forward again. My watch. Oh, my shield too slow. And it is quite random if you'll get the morbid retreat or morbid advance. Ooh, this one's gonna be interesting. I don't know if it's an advance or retreat. Okay, it's advance. So I'm gonna come all the way out here. Say, everyone get out of that crap. We're doing really well. Shield up. I should not have to heal again after this, through the rest of this fight. Here we go. Oh, they're both really good. Nothing in there that I want. Can only be used for decent. Ugh. Sorry about that. I'm not tired. Actually got sleep last night. Not a ton, but I got some. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick BRB. We're at halfway, so take a quick BRB. We'll probably jump back into mentors, maybe PvP. I don't know what I'll do when I jump back, but I'll figure it out when I come back. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. So we did one stage. Stage. This is the new job. It's called the stage. 110, 3, we did one. Okay. Two more sage. Oh, there's a trial. Or a raid. Normally I just get dungeons. When I'm on healer. Oh! It is Bismarck Extreme. Wait a minute, how many mentors do we have in here? Like, I think everybody but the one guy. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mentors. Why? Hey, I think I know that person. The Gunbreaker. No, I don't. I thought that was someone that I played with last night. It might. I don't know what it is. So this one's really odd one. It's a very interesting extreme. Basically, you have to deal with ads, and then you go strike Bismarck. You gotta get his cart. Just like in the normal, you gotta break through the carapace, and then. Dude, there are 6 mentors in here. We should have been ready for that. But this time, when you get to the 2 dragons, you actually have to pay attention to your buff. Because you'll be assigned to a dragon. So if I go and I look at this buff, I'm on blue. And the 2 tanks have to actually keep the dragons separate. Because otherwise they'll tether together. And then once you get one of them down, yes, we did. How did we? I don't know how we do it. Right there. I don't know why we wiped. Shouldn't have. Oh, it's opposite. What I was saying. I was on the wrong one. I couldn't remember the buff. I couldn't remember if it was the same or opposite. It's often the opposite, so. Like, it was been so long. I actually farmed this one originally. I farmed this for its bird. Oh, that kind of screwed us. You can do that with less stagger damage. You get the timing right on your. On the when you're working on that. Okay, so I got water, so I'm going green. At least this arena is small enough. That my buffs can go across the whole thing. Now, if you're working on soloing this, you actually have to be strong enough to take one of them out before. I think that was enough mitt. We should drop 2 Vanus, or 3 Vanus. And we have to DPS these guys down. Vapor bubbles are trouble. Okay. Should get him to ram into us, and then... Oh crap, I was too close to the edge. I forgot about that. That burst. So I'm not normally dealing with that burst. We gotta do this. If he starts shaking before we kill it, you gotta jump off real fast. Where everybody dies. Well, at least the 2 healers survived. I got interrupted and now I'm dead. That's a wipe. I tried. I don't want to die. We've gotten to that point twice now. This is the third time. Pretty sure. You guys should have known to prep for those. Okay, I'm shooting water again, or green again this time. No, keep them separated. Well, like the song says, you gotta keep them separated. Alrighty. Wait, this is group up in the middle. We're gonna DPS it down as quickly as possible. Start shaking, we gotta get off of it. Oh, I think we got it. Hey! The only new person. Hey, look, they got a. Well, more than likely, they get the flute. Seeing the fact that 6 mentors were in there, they got themselves a flute. Guildehest or dungeon. One. We took break. We did one. So this is the third sage one. At least I have my doses. I have one AoE spell, not the other one. So. You know, being attacked by carpet stains is really weird. That. Ugh, I'll have to pick one up in the basement. Should wait until I catch it back up to him. There it is. Hopefully. Nope. Not paying attention, tank. Like he's just going. Had to go back because we screwed up and then pick up. I thought one of them was picking it up. And he just kept running. He didn't pay attention. Like none of them paid attention. We run these dungeons hundreds of times in our thing. In fact, none of them were a first timer. And they all still screwed it up. Oh, look, they actually picked up the green key. I'm surprised. Because you guys couldn't pick up the other keys. Oh, there's one right there. See, I never remember where all the keys are because you always just pick the one up in the one room up there. And then you just continue on that way. Because we only need one key here. Well, before they made the change, you would like use up your keys. You could actually use a bunch of keys. Because you just sit here and open the cells, and then go in the cells, pick up enemies. That's before. I don't remember when they made the actual change. So the reason that, in fact, now it is only bosses that actually give you experience, because what you'd have is you'd have bots come in, and when you're picking up experience from enemies, the bots would come in, run up to the first boss, and then ditch before the first boss. Now you only get experience on the bosses, and you get gil, and it's really like not even worth it. Gil is the amount you actually get, and that's actually how they fixed the issue. I mean, it pretty much fixed the issue a lot with that what was happening. I think it started around Endwalker. This one's actually kind of interesting because you have the two bosses, and it's all in which boss you pick the, DPS down first, because they both have their own drawbacks. But this dungeon was actually redesigned as well. Okay, someone picked up the bloody parchment. You used to use return right there, and you'd just so that you could get back here quickly. They added a teleport point so that everyone would stop using that cheese. Because if you hadn't used return properly, or you didn't have it available, you had to walk all the way back to get here. And go through the first boss room, get to this stairwell. There he goes. So this boss was redesigned when they were setting things up for trust. And they did ARR redesign first for trust. So you had a point where, in fact, we don't ever do this anymore correctly. I mean, we never really did the boss correctly anyway. It was such old content that most people didn't do it properly most of the time. Oh, dang it, got me right at the last second. That is a tank buster that barely tickles. Joe. Oh, that was the third. Should be third. Let's double check. Achievements. Okay, yep, that was the third one for Sage. I'm not running actually. I want to take a break away from it. Although I do enjoy mentors. I'm gonna pop in another PvP match, and then we'll go back to mentors after the PvP. I want to try and get that one win. I need one for that mount, so trying to get there. And so, like, so what I was saying earlier about the duty finder. See, if you notice, there's nothing that, well, there's never in need for frontline. In fact, it's called a daily challenge, not a daily roulette, not a duty roulette. So you can only claim these here once. But if you go in directly here, you can claim this, the 50, 50, 20, at any point. So that's the better method to do it. So yeah, causalities I'm done with. Comedies I'm gonna use to like pick up some gear, possibly. I mean, picking up random pieces of gear as I've been going. Let's go on mute so we can set. Pick me up times a day. We're gonna check and see if there's any marks up. Not. I got all the stuff muted and stuff. It's actually looking. Rubiconte's theme. Just aggressively bounce around the room. Well, let's hope we get a good PvP team this time around, and I'll get my one win. When you're in PvP, you actually they override your mount's music. So it doesn't matter what mount you're on, you always get to be saying music. It's time to go, time to go, time to go! Got some gorillas. Mecha gorillas. So if we do this correctly, we will split. But that middle is going to get fought heavily over. Okay, we got a collar. That's pretty good. Being pushed away from the node, we're not going to get it. Nope, we lost the node. Looks like red got the center one. We got a couple of A node, B nodes, but see if we can get this node. He ran away. We got 2 people on it, so we'll probably get it. And then center is up again. I hate the center. Center's probably going to go to yellow. Might get to it. Nope. Not get that node in time. We're kind of keeping all our guys even though. Oh crap. And I'm getting a ton of assists. Oh, we didn't get over to that A node fast enough. Nope. See, this team's not that great. Although red is in the lead and they are beating on red, so. late. Hey, we got a knockout. Finally. So this is the thing I don't like about Dark Knights, is they can go invuln. They drop their health to 1, invuln, and then and then just suck everyone in the middle. But their invuln is so strong that stone. Push up. I think this is. See, this is the thing. Is like. What are we doing? Someone actually put in chat. What are we doing? I had to reply losing, so. Because we are totally sucking. But see, all these guys, the health isn't like balanced. The jobs aren't balanced. Like, we're not properly. We're kind of just doing things. There's no point sitting over there. Like, they're fighting this like it's, Seal Rock. Like, everyone's fighting it like it's Seal Rock. Keeping away long enough? There's 3 A's on the field. If we can take 2 of them, we can get back into this. Maybe. I hope not summoning a big. There we go, we got 2 of them. Our caller is not doing very well. Like, they're not calling where to go. Well, he's not using his sound effects. Got that one. We've gotten a few. I mean, it gets us closer back into this fight. We're getting back into the fight. We're not back into it yet. Actually, it's pretty even across the board on all 3 teams right now. It's pretty amazing. So one thing is always, the higher your score goes, the more damage you're supposed to be able to do. Your score moves in 20s. Or your level moves in 20s. Focus on the yellow guys. They must go in the middle. We might actually be able to turn this one around. If our team goes to that... I don't even know where that one is. Oh, it's up there. That one's a hard one to get if the furthest south team already has it in control. Whoever's controlling that hill often can get that node is the standard. Let's see. Beach. It's a good ways away. We're not going to get to that one in time. Oops. Chasing their base is not the way to do it. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. My whole team just ran into Yellow's base. Which is not a good thing. Not enough people here that we can kind of push up back. Push up. Okay. What the just happened? Okay, that was weird. Get sandwiched. If you die, you lose half your points as well. We got sandwiched hard. Hey, we got the win. Squeak that one out. That was actually a pretty good one. And I get that mount. Here. Logistics system mount. Let's look at our mount. Page 3. Oh, it's just a red ball. Yeah. I was hoping for something cooler looking. If there's any other near completion on the PvP stuff. There's that, but there's nothing that comes with that one, so that one just natural get. So we'll go back into doing more mentors. Mentor it. I think we're on a DPS job. Let's go Summoner. I don't do this one much. The two main jobs I play are on DPS side, Reaper and Dragoon. And then on the tank side, I primarily run Warrior. And then I was doing Sage primary for healers, but I started mixing in the white meat as well, so just to keep things fresh. But Summoner and Dancer are two that I actually like as well on the casting side. Is this Slay Shadowclaw? This is not the one. We actually have a Conjure. A healer. I would like some heals. Give it a Conjurer, but they are the newest person in there. Is it 55? We're down to 54. Yeah, that didn't move. I don't know which tank to run next. Dark or Gunbreaker. I like them both, but that's kind of which one do I enjoy more. Honestly, I ran Warrior, but I really was running Dark quite a lot. But I was also running alongside. When I was running Dark quite a bit, I was running alongside someone else that was working on their Warrior achievement, so they were running Warrior, and I would run Dark. And those two at level 90 make a really good pair. Jeez. This is another Guildehest, I'm going to be like disappointed. Oh no, it's Atlas Extreme. We have 2 Summoners, a Sage, and a Warrior. And we have 3. Wait a minute, I think I was in this with Brexy the other day. I don't know if it was this one or if it was... Oh, come on. Stay over here. Okay, you're gonna let me burn, huh? So this is the one we were in the other day. So the problem was in the first part, we all kept dying. When I say we couldn't get past the first part, we just couldn't get past the first part. I think this is a button mash. Mash that button. So what they've got to do during this time, while you're on the back, is they've got to take this guy and, you know, just kill him. Now, this is the tricky part, because no more heals. And basically, you're working your down gauge up. Stunned. You're working on the down gauge. If you'd done that right, we'd have been like back over there originally. You got to get the down gauge all the way up, and then you can. What you do against him is you attack his tail. But there is no healing at this point. Except for those little potion things. Alright, now we attack his tail, and he'll take massive damage if we destroy it. This is actually the only way to get the Rathmos mount. So as you notice, he's got massive damage now. And then what we want to do again is also work on getting that down gauge again full, so that this time when we have him down, we'll just hit him exceptionally hard, and yeah, now we'll just hit him. We'll just hit him a lot. And DPS him out that way. Always save your limit break in this fight for the down gauge point. That's probably one of the smoothest ones I've ever seen. This is one of the very smoothest ones I've ever seen. That is the only extreme that is a 4-person extreme. So let's do. So that's the only one that is a 4-person extreme in the game. And it is, if you do it right, you can get through it fairly quickly. If you don't, it's kind of painful. So it's one of those things that it kind of depends. Like that one we ran straight through, extremely smooth. The one I had the other day, I was the healer. I kept, like in the first round, I kept getting targeted, so I could not heal at any point. I couldn't dodge out or anything on them. 4-person again. Usually it's trial, it's a dungeon or guild. But yeah, Rathalos Extreme was very interesting. The first time, well, until I got the mount, I actually was running it unsynced, and it's it's a little bit better unsynced because you guys. Oh my gosh, we're back in here. I just did this. Hey, look, and that's Soma from earlier. Soma was in the Scholar is the Sprout, and everyone else is a mentor in this one. But Soma was in Bismarck with us. Ah, no, I got hit. They were also on Samurai at that time. I wonder if they're doing mentor roulettes. The fact that we've gotten them in 2 extremes, yes, they are doing roulettes. Comes the big boy. Alrighty. Let's see. Heal me up before we get to the point where, you know, heals don't work. Alright, now we gotta DPS him down as quickly as possible. He was looking at me. There you go, chicken nugget. The Titan Eggy, for some reason, everyone calls it chicken. Oh no, we lost one. Ah, I got my heal off. So you can use Asuna. On people, but you cannot heal them. So it's like, okay, we'll give you half your kit, take away a whole bunch of your stuff. The other thing with this, if you die, if we have 3 deaths, it's a wipe. And we're already on 2 deaths. So let's see if we can... Lauren, you gotta heal yourself. Ah, come on. Ah, there's the wipe. We were close. We were so close. Like I said, 3 deaths is a wipe in this one. And so that was what was happening, is we were hitting 3 deaths really quickly in the previous one. Resummon my carbon. We do have Echo for this one, so... You know, that's a bonus. Bahamut. I think I made him mad. I'm not the best at sidecasting. Mash the button. Wow, we got through that guy really quick that time. I mean, that 5% boost really is helping this time. Let's get my E phase. Facing. There we go. He freed up. as soon as you take the tail damaged, he'll always recover. I have been lucky and not gotten the stack piece over my head yet. Okay, here's the stack. What you do is we stand over here. Alright, now it's time to DPS him out. And there we go. We got it on round 2. Good job, Beth. I am surprised we had a Rathalos twice in a row. Okay, time to switch over to... I think I'm gonna actually buy Carby. So it's either a guild or a dungeon. Usually when I'm tanking, I usually get trials and raids more. So. Hey, we're back at this one. We have 2 sprouts with us. I don't know why. Oh, because I can use it on. I can build my gauge that way. There's no dodging that. I love Dark Knight. Not because it's edgy or anything like that. It's just fun to play. Sheenus is all the way up. He must be doing like roulettes or something like that, maybe. Healer's doing really well. So is that Dragoon. Hey, we did a good job. I'll give it to the Dragoon. It's the first time I've done it on Dark Knight. I got 2 comms out of it. I don't need comms. Give them to someone else. I actually have all my achievements for comms. That's actually where I got my big fat chocobo. We go down here. It's battle. Oh, it's my character. Accommodations. 3,000 comms per chocobo, which is the black, big, fat chocobo. BFC. Well, I already have that one. I mean, just running stuff as a tank quite a bit got me that, you know, that one. Running things as tanks and healers. For some reason, everyone pretty much calms your tank or your healer. default for this. Black mage. Interesting. I don't pay much attention to the portrait. I use the same generic setup for the most part. Random jitter. It's 8-man content. Ooh, it's a Omega raid. Hey, wait. we were just in Rathalos with Lauren. This one I actually like. This one's kind of fun. Raid. This is from Final Fantasy VI. The origination of this fight. Come on out, dude. Or not. So this is from Final Fantasy VI, the World of Ruin. Second part. This is Realm's story. Basically, she gets commissioned to make a painting, and the painting gets inhabited by a demon while she's painting it. So you have to fight the demon. That is in the painting, and the demon's name is Chardana. But the interesting thing about Charnock, actually, is that he has, when you fight him, he actually has the two sides. So you have the demon side here, and then you have the fairy side there. But a lot of the Omega raids were brought from Final Fantasy VI. Several of them were. person can do that. Hang on, I lost myself. So whoever picked that up needs to blow these away. Okay, there we go. So we can go. Basically, they blow them away. Those will go together, and be a bunch of AoEs, and you just kind of stretch, 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 stretch. I can do that. So he's hitting 2, so what we have to do, we all have to get wet. I hit myself. I have a bone stack. Oh, and there we go. It's just a big coffer, which means it'll just be items for. Start at 20. Yeah. Third dark red one. So either Guildehest or a dungeon. Oh, it's a turtle. Look at that, we have a healer. Another mentor. So I only have the one. I always just like start bringing them over. That way I already have it in place for when the fire spike comes in. In fact, everyone but our healer is a mentor in here. Okay, turtle. It's not far enough into the smoke. The dude is like inhaling it. There we go. The mentors must be on force right now. Because well, this is quite a few of us. Oh, I got another comm. Did I get in the I got one during Sigma. Alright, so that's 3 there. We're going back to a healer. Back on White Mage. I would go to Astro or Scholar, but I don't have the bars set up. I don't want to spend. I don't want to waste time setting them up right now. It's either a dungeon or guild. It's 4-person again. Please don't be Rathalos. I could do without Rathalos. This is Academia and data, which is an 80 cent. It's not bad. This is go beat up the Ascians home. Invade the Ascians. Tank is a returner. And our dancer is a sprout. Let's see if he goes big. Oh, got it. So the thing is, when you do content based off your level, if you go to something like if you have your stance on, and you go into content that is below your level. So if I was level 90 and I have my stance on, I went to level 80 content, it would automatically turn my stance off. But if I was 90 and went into 90 content, it would stay on, which is really weird. It's an odd setting. I only know he didn't have stance on because I was having aggro. I'm trying to remember the story behind this fight. I think it's academia, so it's a learning center for the Ascians that got taken over by their monsters that they created. By the way, not only did it get taken over by the monsters, they created them first. I always find that interesting, is that on the Ascian side, they're always getting beat up or destroyed by something they did themselves. And then they're like putting it on the rest of us. At this point, Warrior has really good self-heals. So I don't have to worry about healing him as much. So we're trying to blow up, and we're stopped. So really the only point that I have to worry too much about healing the tank at this point is while he's between his 30 seconds. And I mean, that's 30 seconds between his what's it called? Okay, let's go. so long since I've been in this game. I don't know if there's any max. It's been so long since I was in here that... I mean, the two of them swapping, but that's just not... That's nothing. Like, that's an easy one to figure out. It's not like it's a trial or something where you got pretty strong mechs at a certain point. Well for that. Got us all with that. See, the thing is, like, there's so many fights and whatnot that you could get that it's hard to know what you're gonna get. Trying to remember if I could desynth it into anything, but I can't. No, it's not. This is now, we're going to go through their garden, and the garden plants are going to try to eat us. Look, it's a whole crap load of mandragores. Anyone who does not like mandragores, this one must have triggered a lot of things for them. I do actually have one of my FC mates that does not like this. Maybe this is one of the reasons why. Hey, look, it's a cactar. Mm, this one you gotta watch colors. That's all I remember with this one. Colors have some sort of significance, but I don't. The colors have some sort of significance, but I don't remember what it is. You got all four up, so therefore you get between them. This is one that's smooth. He could pull big. But I also put it down to, like, I mean, when it comes down to polls, it's always tank discretion. Because, I mean, if they're comfortable with big pulls, then they can go ahead and do them. But if they're not, then why force someone into it? Show my freaking bell. That is a level 90. Those are so disgusting. You can spit all over the place. Let's mix these ones up. Some evil armor. It is stunnable because it flashes. Most people aren't good at knowing that that's stunnable. It is a rare fact that a lot of people don't always realize. Grab that one. This is madness. What do we do? I always love the side conversations. Like, if you go into Smileton, they have some of the best conversations. In there, those Loprits are not nice to each other. In Smileton. In fact, they're very rude to each other in there. The Blood Lily. It's rather odd that you have to heal or engage the Blood Lily, which is attack. And they call it blood for the Blood Lily. I mean, it's not really. You're not really giving up blood for it. So. He's a birdie. It's cuddle. Oh. The dancer's still in cutscene. Explosive balls. Okay. Just get in the middle. The more damage he takes, the more balls he puts on the playing field. He's almost got as many balls as Thal. Oh boy. Yeah, see, this one, I just don't remember this dungeon. It's a rare dungeon. don't get it very often. But there's such a long list of things that you could get as a mentor that, like, there's no way one person is going to remember every fight, everything. And if you had eidetic memory, I bet you. I do not have an eidetic memory, so I don't remember all the fights. But yeah, so if you look at the list for mentors. Look, DPS in need. That's like, yeah, it's all of this. Hard. These are all dungeons. Here's a whole bunch of trials and raids. And it goes all the way to your current stuff. So, it's a really long list. In fact, I thought the current EXs were on there, but they're not. Oh, look, another dungeon. Hopefully it's a guild heist, but I doubt it. Oh boy, it's Swallow's Compass. First timers. One first time. This is optional content. Is a Stormblood side story. Side content that goes. It's a. In fact, I don't remember. Yeah, the current one didn't have any side content like this. Our current patch. We just went straight through patch. Because we did have a side trial, which was Hildebrand. But we didn't have any like side content. That was similar to this one. I currently have it aggro on everything. No blood lily. So, because we had everything within the patches, this one actually had, I think it was 2 trials and 2 dungeons. That we actually got out of this content. And the 2 trials gave us, actually gave us Amoys. But Endwalker is the first X pack that I can remember that has had no secondary content like this, where everything was tied all into this patch. So the all the trials are tied to the patch. All the dungeons were tied to the patch. You know. So where you got kind of cool subject lines out of some of the stuff. Side stuff. I mean, there was side content. There was a couple side stories. We did have the Hildebrand story where everything's on fire and you're all going to die. Hope we all got out of it. Exactly what the fireballs do. Just float around. And then we have another set that will do the same thing. So the Tengu boys. And we'll do this 3 times. Oh, 2 times. This one can be tricky. Because what you gotta do is be behind the pillar things when the attack goes off. You can be in front of it as well. Oh, tank just went for a ride. Get some bad breath on it. I mean, you have to. So, Swallow's Compass is just a trial you overcome all 4 elements. battle your way through the 4 elements all the way up to. I think it's the Monkey King. Fist. This is now the puddle grows. You gotta beat him before the puddle gets too big. Now, added 1 circle bit around. And we should. Oh, right is the second one, third one, but the second part. Okay. I'm a little tired. Zoning out. I think my tank hasn't died. In those couple seconds. Super tired all of a sudden. Take him down and then we're on to the Monkey King. Final trial of this one. Final boss. Homeboy's birds just multiplied right before our very eyes. I mean, it went from 2 to 6. Shouldn't be doing that out in public. And then you have Quitian dashing. Where you at, tank? This one's decent. The only thing you gotta watch out for is when he splits. This is getting close to him. It's kind of like he's got some interesting mechanics and stuff. This one's now get away from him. Ooh, I think not get away from him. Got knocked out of bounds. This one I don't know what this is. So we put Medica 2 on everyone. So this one is we gotta defeat all the monkeys before as quickly as possible to ensure that his gauge stays as low as possible. The lower his gauge, the weaker his magic, or weaker his attack that he sets up. As soon as we get close to him, get far from the other one. How's it going, Zaya? Lurking is always helpful. Always welcome. Doing pretty good. I'm like 19 mentors. Ooh, another con out of that. I don't need cons. How many are we at? Oh, that is 20. One more white each. That was quick. I didn't even see what. Oh no! It's another Rathalos Extreme! The third time! And oh bother. And only 2 mentors in this group. Oh, okay, the other mentor was putting information out. Oh no! Dang it! I'm bending myself. I didn't see his direction. That's the only I got here. Get in. Okay, here's our animals. Oh no, he's looking at me. Well, he's looking at the ads. Oh. We have encountered one death. Got a healing on this one. Every other job. Yeah, there's our big boy. Keep guessing now. Oh no. Just lost. It's 2 deaths. And there goes the 3rd one. It's healing as fast as I could. I don't like healing Rathalos. How's it going, Valkyrie? I'm trying something new. See if I can add another day. And, okay, the tank decided he didn't want to be here. One fell and he left. I'm adding some more points on, well, just today. Just Mondays for a while. Just testing some stuff out. Okay. Oh. You can't blame anyone on that one. Oh, look. This tank I had earlier. But I was a summoner when I was with them. Like, this is like the 3rd, Oh, come... What? I wasn't even in his line of sight. Bad garbage. I don't like Rathalos. How do you have 2 burn stacks? What? I healed them. Touched it. Why did they keep taking so much damage? don't think that last tank was mining much. Right, that should have everyone full. Now I can no longer heal. Now for the fun part. Okay, this guy keeps taking way more damage. Like, he takes a ton of damage every time he gets hit. And multiple stacks. I don't know why. That's just weird. Like, are you under-geared for this? Oh, you are way under-geared for this. I don't have the Scavian book. Let's get that go this time. Oh gosh, what the heck? No one seems to be taking as much damage as that. It's like they're standing and stuff or something. Oh, come on, that was cheap blow. Slow motion on top. Takes damage. This will heal everyone full, and I got no hits. Stormblood snapshots. Oh my gosh, dude. Ah. How did I get reason me? There he is. Alright. See if we can finish him off this time. You gotta heal yourself. You gotta heal yourself. Alright, we'll get your Asuna. You just gotta heal. Make sure you heal. %. We can get him. He's down. And there he goes. Alright. That one was rough again. Don't like FFXIV. That's the third time today. Swap jobs time. Yep, swap jobs. Maybe a Reaper this time. And now that I switch into DPS, they don't want DPS. Hey, I don't have that trouble. Try it. That's a surprise. I usually have most of them. But they're dungeon related at least. Oh, go on your adventure. So, nope, I'm gonna do thread. So if you're wondering, Valkyrie, I got a little bit more time. I want to try and put a bit more time into streaming. And so I wanted to try for a few weeks, Mondays, during the day, see if I can up my numbers and whatnot. So that's why I'm on right now. I've been on for the last 5.5 hours. Finally, 8-man. It's so long since I had an 8-man content. Oh, not this. This is number 2. This is the second time I've gotten Bismarck Extreme. 3 times in Rathalos, 2 times here, a couple times in several of the Guildhests. In fact, I think I had one of the Guildhests like back to back. I mean, I've cleared all this content. In fact, in order to do mentors, you have to have cleared this content. Oh, Hank did not take the birdie. In fact, this one, when I was originally a sprout many years ago, I actually, for this guy's mounts, I actually farmed it out. Instead of doing it on... I farmed it on normal like this, instead of unsinking it. So this one I actually know quite well. Watch my buff. My buff is green, so I've attacked red or blue. I gotta separate them. When we did this one earlier, I had 6 mentors in this one. This time we only have 3. Nope, he just wiped. You guys wiped. That's funny. So there's the blue one is water, green one is wind, and then and what you got to do is, in fact, I did this quite a bit. The big white one is Bismarck. He is so in the story here. What the point in the story here is, he's a big primal, and you have the airship there where they set us up with the this little rock to fight him on, because we're trying to get I think it's a key to unlock Asla. And so He's the primal for the Sea of Clouds area. Yeah, green again. I don't have to worry about my positions because they're non-existent at this point. Should I use it now? Why does he have so much health? Yeah, 10 seconds to kill it. In my opinion. Oh, we got it. Should survive. So, and this is the Heaven's Word extreme. And so we're all back at level 60. Synced back to level 60. We'll have another set. 3 Vanus. And then we'll have the Vapors. We gotta get rid of the Vapor Bubbles as well. They're trouble. Okay. How many people did he blow off? 2, 4, 6. What? There's 5 of them off. Do we have any healers? Oh. You can do this part without the healers. Yeah, not quite victory. Now we have to kill the bubble on his back. In time. If he starts shaking, you gotta get up. Or you fall off and die. And then we gotta beat the Vonners again. What, dude? Just go down. I know you want to. This time. Oh, we got more lives. Ain't a stupid island, dude. Cause a storm again. There's the dragon killers. So the dragon killers, so in Heavensward you're fighting dragons, and so the dragon killers were weapons designed by the Asgardian army to take out the dragons that you're fighting against. Nidhogg and his brood. And so they were modified so that we could capture Bismarck with them. Okay, how many did we lose that time? Oh boy. Let's target these. Ran out of time. That's a wipe. Our island got broken. And we got eaten. Where was there? It's a decent story. It's not one I ever streamed. I didn't. I should have. I wish I had done Rah Rah on stream. Rah Rah Yada used my alt. But when I actually started doing his story stuff, I wasn't streaming at the point. But, I mean, this is my main, so... it's been done story-wise for quite a while. In fact, I finally finished Rah Rah through all the main story quests. So he's ready for Dawn Trail when it comes as well. But I won't do him right away. I'll be on Chaos for a while. Oh, I'm blue, I gotta go green. Why do I have aggro? I'm not a tank. Oddly enough, though, every time we wipe, we get stronger, so... Well, not every time, but several times. I think it's like every 2 to 3 times we wipe. We should still be alive. Wait, gotta see if he's gonna do whirlwind or electric. It's electric. Oh no, we gotta do volumes first. If it's electric, we can spread out. Not designed for this. But when I actually was doing this, I was doing this as a tank consistently because I was working on tank achievements and tank leveling. Okay, it's electric, so we can go stand by the dragon killer. We've got everyone up this time, so beating on his Corona will be much faster. I think we lost Black. We only lost one. That's good. Which means we should be able to get. We can get it the next time around. Yeah, it's just. The extremes are rough. This one's wind. Got the dragon killer there. Dragon killer there. I can LB him once we're on. And there we go. Now we got him. Using cutscene. Both tanks, the Dragoon, and the Black Mage. I'll go to the Black Mage because he died hitting his ley lines. I can find one more mentor. No, I did. Most of today's been mentors. I did, no, I don't today. 12, this would be 13. No, 22. This would be 23 mentors today. And then I did PvP twice, and I did a couple other roulettes. I didn't go over to Baja, I just did mentors mostly. Doing them on healer just takes a whole lot of time because I get thrown into just basically doing levels, doing dungeons there. The tank kind of varies, but I usually end up with more Guildehest on the tank. And then when I'm on the DPS, I get just about everything. But I did three Rathalos, and I please hope I don't get another one to end up. I don't want another Rathalos. Oh, it's a Guildehest. That's a good one to end off on. These are easy. Basically, the Guildhests were designed back in ARR. Content was never updated. But they're to teach you basics of battle. Basics of full rank combat. Different. So that each Guildhest has a different objective. And during those objectives, basically you have to meet each objective to pass that Guildhest. This one's primarily kill Buso. Tank, make sure he has aggro. Most of the content isn't really respected on the Guildehest anymore. Just because it's so old. Most people just do it for leveling purposes. Or you end up with a whole bunch of them with other mentors. Yeah, so today was just, it was a test day. Probably do it next week, or the week after. Kind of depends on schedules and stuff like that. My schedule might adjust or whatnot, so I don't know. But I'm going to try them on Mondays, starting at noon Eastern. For right now, probably put me, so I'm trying to get my numbers up to, so I can get to the affiliate, and but the other ones will all stay the same, Tuesday and Friday nights, and then Saturday during the day. If the scheduling changes due to other things, I'll make sure it gets out. But now that I'm done with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I'm going to go back to Crisis Core on Fridays and finish that one off. There's like 2 chapters there. Tomorrow night we'll be back on Assassin's Creed. I'm going to try and finish off 2 and then start into Brotherhood is my plan there. Mondays is just going to be random, probably 14 stuff for this week and next week. The week after, I'll probably have some other stuff. I'm going to try and figure out something for this Mondays. Just calling them Monday Mayhem. But that's currently the plan. Right now, I will be putting up other content on the YouTube. I'll still be making videos and having those try to fill in the gap while I'm doing other stuff. Scheduling wise, but that is the current plan. So look forward to some more of these, and thanks for everyone who showed up towards the end or at any point. This will get uploaded to YouTube. Adventuring and mentors. The pain of mentors. But thanks for coming along. Don't forget to drop a follow. They're very appreciated. I'm trying to get those numbers, just trying to get everything just about where I need to. I'd like to make the streaming at least into some sort of income stream. And let's see, I'm actually probably going to read out today. I want to see who's on. No duty commenced. Evangelist is on. He's doing that. Oh, Adrenaline's on. Let's go visit Adrenaline. Where's he at? Adrenaline's playing Pokemon. Oh, wait. We need our raid message. Jump in there. So we'll go raid Adrenaline because he's playing Pokemon right now. I have never been able to raid him, then he's been a big supporter. So. But thanks for coming along, and see you guys next time.